Good morning. We break above 56. Where do we go? 75? 75-ish? 76? Again, it's pretty smooth to the upside. But I would say 70 or 75 would be the target there. Failed 56. I'd be a bot calls at 55. Bot puts shook off. It'd just be like another good entry. $6. $5.10. Could we fall? We don't want to fall back to 50. But... okay. Do you have 48 gap? Gamma at 55 is now positive. Good morning, Nuke. You weren't kidding about filling half the remaining gap and then take off? Jesus fucking Christ. It's the way. We'll have to see if we continue to take off. Failure here would be kind of gross. It's an unreasonable amount of profit taking. Bull's bearish? No. Where's gamma turn negative? Right here. Q 5-minute. Pull back to 24. Good morning, Luke. Any GG on Carvana? A bit, yeah. I was digging into it last night. Real talk, a year ago, we were all laughing how Nvidia was overvalued at 400. Now, pre-split, it's 1400. When bubble pop? I don't know, but when it does, it'll be epic. Their revenues are starting to normalize, which will, or reported revenues are starting to normalize, which will bleed the forward expectations a little bit, but maybe not that much. I mean, I think Nvidia moving back to like 60 or 80 is probably reasonable. I mean, there is still a lot of capex flowing to them, but I mean, their forward valuations are fucking absurd. Full port puts on Carvana? Not exactly. Or at least not yet. G-Star thanks you for the friend request on Discord. The Amazon gift cards are on the way as requested. By the way, if indices drop in November, rates are lowered. Do you think TLT goes up? Yeah. It's meant to assess the distribution of price over a 5-day period. How did data shake out between yesterday's market close and now? I looked it over this morning. Nothing seemed super far out of line with expectations. The ECB cut 15 points as expected. They dropped their marginal lending rate to 3.765. Retail sales came in a little high. Jobless claims a little low. Philadelphia Fed manufacturing moved up. But continuing jobless claims were still pretty elevated, as is the 4-week average. And a lot of that, the bump due to the prior week's jobless claims. But a lot of people think that's, related to the hurricane that hit North Carolina. Philly Fed employment was way down. New orders were up. Uh, Business conditions are still retreating, but not that badly. Or well, less badly. Industrial production was fucking terrible. Capacity utilization is down, production is down, manufacturing production is down. Business inventories are flat and they were expected to decline. Housing market index went up. So the latter part of the data going into market open wasn't great. That seems to have balanced out a bit, but I mean the dollar is way up, right? The dollar's up at 103.7. Obviously higher than expected retail sales. Anything else that's got a price impact today? We have auctions, I think, right now. If I'm not mistaken, we have a 4 and an 8-week auction. That's probably it for the rest of today. Mortgage rates, maybe, if they go up, could have a small effect. But yeah, I don't think too much. It looks like we could trade between 50 and 75 pretty easily on the upside. If we lose 50, things get a little shaky. But really, we would need a drop below like 45 to for the price to tumble any significant distance. We don't need production capacity. We've got AI at home. I waited for that drop below 45. We got it, and then we V. That's how those work. Like 80% of the time. I mean, that's where bulls want to defend their short position, right? That's where their short, like the short puts become exposed. And, you know, the gamma starts to bleed, which is really bad for them. So it's, you know, not only is it the most important level, but it's also the most important level to save for the bulls. Are you still long TQQQ? My calls are big sad. I'm long, but I average down. How big sad? Today's not been great since the high. But I mean, NQ's still up on the day. That's all. That's, I mean, with TQQQ, that's really all you give a shit about. Is it, you know, NQ is green at close. But I would say we can probably pull back as low as trends. I have sold puts on it down at like 72. So that helped alleviate some of the costs due to the chop. But right now it's just stuck between like the 73, 76 level. Breakout of 76 bullish though. Flip Lab Wonder Smack. Wind down. Probably not today. Would you like to tell me why did the multi-stock trade, which you have me sign up for, not work? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you talking to fake Gherks on the Discord? This is really embarrassing for you. You need to check the screen name of the people you're talking to. I can't tell if it's a super dry troll or you got bot scammed. I have 15 fake Gherks. I'm ready for a gorgy. Nice. Fake Gherk is a nice Asian woman with 3 laptops. Yeah. Why is it called pound cake? I don't know. It costs a pound or it's weighs a pound. One of those, probably. You are an invite? I wouldn't want to be a part of that. That sounds like a mess. Pound of butter. A pound of each of the 3 ingredients. Oh, okay. There's a multi-stock trade link, and you have me sign up for it, and I kept messaging you, telling you it wasn't working. It kept sending me new passcode, and it still didn't work. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, there's bots on the Discord that pretend to be me, and they have different screen names. Uh-oh, Granny got scammed. It sounds like you may have been scammed by one of them. If he's not joking, he got scammed. Yeah, it sounds like it. No, you said I got a raise. I would like to engage in a multi-stock trade, Gorg. You don't have enough money in your portfolio. And I gave you my bank info. Where money? Guys, remember, I will never, ever, ever send you a friend request or ask you about your experience in the market. Are you going to say you're not personally concerned about my portfolio? All of those messages were lies. Yes. I'm going to say that. We love you too, big guy. Thanks. I work with Glorp and he still hasn't friend requested me. He really means it. Me and you are married. We have legally binding documents that tie us together, Nuke. And I still haven't sent you a friend request. So this conversation I've had with Gherkin TMs the last 3 years is fake. Yeah, it sounds like it. I really should make the Discord private and get rid of this. I didn't invest anything into it. Good. It's a scam. It was supposed to give a certain amount of free crypto to start, but it wasn't very much currency. So what the bots do is they log into the Discord servers, right? And they copy the admin and moderator profiles, right? And they'll change the name slightly so and use the same PFP, so it looks like it's the same person. And then they'll try to get people to sign up for bullshit crypto scams and multi-trade things and nonsense. But know this, Stacy Lewis, I will never DM you. And you can also verify the identity of the person talking to you by matching it with the screen name that you see on the right side of the Discord. That's because it's fake. It didn't work because it's not real. I still feel like this is just a big troll. Is Apple getting high enough for you to start selling bear call spreads? I already started yesterday. Yeah, we were talking about that. He will never DM you so hard. Also, they will share zero mutual servers most of the time since we ban them pretty quickly. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing to check for, is what servers you share with them. A lot of the times, they don't even exist in our server. Like, they'll be like in like the super stonk server or somewhere else where they don't monitor for bots. Gherk was messaging me about hot single traders in my area. Oh, that was real. It doesn't matter if you share a server with them. They can create a ghost server off your server. One day left on my Tesla fly with SLD now, and my max profit at 225. Go ahead and take profits now. I don't know, what's your percentage return? Probably better than holding anything on Tesla that's neutral into a Friday. Sounds very knowledgeable for having almost fell for a crypto scam. Yeah, sounds like bullshit. $62. A little bit of resistance here, but not too much. Looks like we got a pretty clean shot at 70, 75. This will be the next minor resistance, and then like one at 68. Could we get a double top today, or even a test of Gamma Max? We could get a double top. A test of GM, maybe into end of day. I would say a test of GM isn't impossible into the end of the day, but not here, right? Like if we push up the rest of the way right now, we're probably going to stall out around 70, 75. End of day, that'll open up though. What's up, Bert Stew? How you doing? Did you do your walk today? The library. Interesting. My library? Probably not. I think you guys are both in the Midwest, but you're in different parts of the Midwest. My wife has talked to you more today than she has me. Don't get jealous, Simo. It's ugly. It's an ugly emotion. Why would anyone try to want to try to figure out your crypto bot scam? All right, I'm just gonna ban you. I'm trying to share. Seems like it's just trying to get other people to sign up for the scam, like an MLM. Have you ever played LRCX? Chain looks thin. No. Please give me a call when you have a chance, and I can release your $72 million from Nigeria. I gave that money to the prince, and he promised me a return of 10% on their total GDP. I don't want it back. I want my returns. I'd rather sign up for someone's OnlyFans instead of crypto. Let me get you a link. What the fuck? How are you trying to help? You're trying to get people to sign up for the same crypto scam that you signed up for. Ugh, gross. I walked today, hiking later at library with my kid. Yeah, nice. You gonna get some books? You should get the Phantom Toll Booth. It's phenomenal. Thanks for slipping a Gamma Strike coupon into my thong when you visited me at the Binghamton Gentlemen's Club. Anytime. Don't ban them. That was entertaining. But they're trying to do a thing. I can't just let the crypto bots in the chat. Yeah, and that thing was obviously failing, and that's entertainment. I'm falling even more in love with bots. I'm buying until crypto moonshots. Oh Jesus. We should have let Avis out them. I don't that seems cruel. Is 60 gonna fail like Vlad Tenov's hairline? 60B should be pretty supportive. Well, a little bit. It's a little bit supportive. Probably need more sold puts here. It's at 19. I can see us just chopping here for a little bit. I don't really know if we have enough positioning to push up yet, but there's plenty of gamma on other days. I think there's a decent amount going into tomorrow. I got sold puts all the way out to 80. Doesn't seem like that far of a stretch. And Q's kind of butting up against resistance, but it looks like it's ready to break out. How's correlation doing? Yeah, correlation's kind of nosediving. Leverage on the carry is up at like 7.6, so it's pushing up. Forward yield on vols continuing to fall off. Bond vols elevated, but skew's moving up. Yeah, I think it's probably still pretty bullish. We just have to watch out for like rug pulls because it's SLD. But we're above gamma max, so I don't think anything's or above gamma neutral. I don't think anything's gonna hit us too hard. I've been banned from the library because they think I stole a bunch of VHS movies on humpback whales. I didn't, but they think I did. Someone someone got a hold of your library card and used it to satisfy their citation fetish. Weird kank. Who are we to judge? I would think that the stealing accusation meant that you never checked them out at all. Just walked in, reached your tiny 12-year-old arms up, and whoosh, there go the videos. I'm a pigeon whale. All I do is judge. That's true. You saw a humpback and got all sweaty and snatched and ran. If one purchases Pontiff, will you be a groomsman in a wedding of choice? Whatever you want me to do one day. Except sex with dudes. I thought we had to fly you out. No. Gherkin, I found this library card on the ground and got a bunch of humpback whale videos. I don't know what to do with. Well, first you have to go on Amazon and find a VHS player. They still make them in China. Do I get a husband discount? We could talk. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. Good. An onion ring. Hmm. That's odd. There's no way they let this Nvidia 140 strike go in the money. Why not? Is it bullish that Nvidia's been in this price range 5 times now? No. But all the sold calls get squeezed off going into earnings. And there's like what? Like 3 ETFs that sell calls on Nvidia? This has been the same shit for like 6 months now. When I was in my 20s, I got a call from a collections agency about an overdue library book. The fine was $20. I started laughing, and the agent said, "Sir, this is very serious." Imagine just like having like a $20 judgment on your credit report. That'd be pretty fucking funny. I wish Nvidia never split. Weekly straddles as a money printer. Yeah, me too. They are definitely not as good as they were. I'll say that much. I miss them. Although they were almost as much money as straddles on the SPX. $100 intraday swings, because why not? Yeah, that's pretty much how it fucking went down. Are we at 70 yet? God, this is plotting. Oh, they have to get VIX below 19. Lame. Is there enough option interest on the EPAM chain to have any price influence, or is it buying, selling to the stock that drives that one? Usually not. Sometimes options interest picks up on it. Usually like the 30, 40 day, 45 days prior to earnings. But even then, not a lot. Do they have sold puts all the way up to 58.80? Very few, but yes. Like the net sold put position at 80 is 233 contracts, which isn't very much. Win down. But we did downs. Was this not enough down for you? It dropped like $30. No. Oh. Are you bullish on Beyond? Nope. Not right now. Maybe in like a month. Couple weeks. And pick up something on it. Mm. 1 second. So it'll go lower. I mean, it's on the trend right now, but probably it looks like it's being shorted pretty heavily. Is Buffett the first finfluencer? You know what? Kind of. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. What about Dow with his theories about trends and charts? Maybe. Care to comment on what you said yesterday? You said, I quote, I love fish sticks in and around my mouth. No comment. Is it reasonable to use SPY instead of SPX for certain trades so that I can sell tighter spreads? Yes, actually. But SPY options carry assignment risk, which SPX options do not. So be aware of that because it can really blow you out. There's no pin risk on SPX because it's cash settled. There is on SPY. This is fun. We're gonna push 70 yet? I want us to get up to 70. We're still kind of struggling. We shouldn't be. Profit taking, I guess. There's a little bit of negative gamma here, but it's bot calls. Jesus. This is gonna look like a rejection on NQ. NQ still has room to move up to like 2057. Maybe I should say like 20.57 of 20. I could index it. Can I index this? Oh, you can change them to linear charts and then they work properly. Interesting. $5 spread can mean up to $500 max loss. It shouldn't ever mean a $500 max loss. That would mean that you don't receive any credit for it. The max loss is the difference between the credit and the total loss on SPX. Do you prefer log charts? Yes, most of the time. There's a few instances where I will use a linear chart, but very few. Did you already discuss your deep dive into Carvana? I'm not done with it, but we could talk about it a little bit, I guess. I think, and this is pretty speculative, but I think that Carvana is, well, okay, this part's not speculative. I think Carvana is running a Ponzi scheme using shareholder equity to leverage up their share price while lying about their losses per vehicle that they sell, which is around $1,600 right now, like 1,680 ish. So every vehicle they sell, they're losing about $1,600. Um, Part of that is depreciation on their inventory. Part of that is fees and logistics for moving the cars around. But a chunk of that money, a chunk of that loss, that capital loss that they're experiencing in every car is going to, the companies that assist with their logistics and service, of which Root is one. And what was really interesting about this is if you have a Ponzi scheme, right, you need to have like an exit plan, basically. Um, right. So, the leadership of the company would need an exit. Um, and Carvana bought 5% of Root via warrants um, about a year ago. And part of the loss per sale goes directly to Root. So I'm thinking, as Carvana starts to liquidate stock and their payment in kind debt rolls over to cash payments, right? They're going to have to issue shares, and the price of the stock is going to decline. But I think as they do that, they are going to increase, or Root is going to increase its fees per transaction for Carvana. And I think management, which owns some Root, and Carvana, which owns some Root, is going to use Root as a backdoor to get out of their Ponzi. Again, very speculative, but interesting. I've got to dig more into quite a lot of stuff, but yeah. Basically, I think they're trying to run the scam as long as they can, which will be until they have to start making 9% payments on their $10 billion in debt every quarter. Is this better or worse than lending someone money to buy your product where the loan is collateralized by the product you sell them? I mean, at least that's fancier. fraudulent accounting. This really isn't, right? I mean, Carvana's reporting, it really looks like the management of the company like chat GPT'd how to run a Ponzi scheme and then just followed the instructions. Well, as they do offerings, they're going to increase the net liquidity of the underlying, right? And by doing that, the company is going to have larger swings in market cap because it has more shares outstanding, right? So if they continue to, this is the risk in shorting Carvana too early, is because as they issue shares, the price of the stock is probably going to see higher highs. And then the cash payments will start, right? Then they'll have to start paying down that debt. And when they have to start paying down that debt, it'll probably bankrupt them. I mean, like the loss per vehicle isn't going anywhere. Or they need to, massively scale down the entire operation and try to find, a profitable business model that is significantly smaller than their current one. So the payment in kind on the debt runs out in 2 years on pretty much all of their tranches. On the three tranches I could find, the payment in kind is done after 2 years, which we're getting pretty close to. Well, it's 9% annualized per quarter after the pick runs out. And their current debt burden is pretty tremendous. Could they refi? They already have. They've already refied and extended the debt. So their current total current liabilities are 1.12 billion. Total non-current liabilities are 5.94. And so when the PIK runs out, they're going to be paying 9% a year on 7.17 billion with quarterly cash flows that fluctuate between 80 million to 300 million. So, yeah. It's like $630 million a year in interest. In 2023, annualized free cash flow is 716 million. Oh, quite a bit of profit taking there. Did that weaken? A little bit. Still support at 60. 58 test. left a gap to the upside at 65. Vol needs to calm down a little bit. Gotta have these calls. Poop. I don't know who needs to hear this, but Carvana Jan 26 $15 puts are going for 50 cents. Would you be looking at a higher high following a share offering as a potential short entry? Well, first things first, I want to go long route, right? Because Carvana's going to try to ramp up. I mean, they are trying to ramp up their sales, right? And get rid of inventory. And the more cars they sell, the more money Root makes. Yeah, I don't think Carvana's like the Carvana short is a big mystery. I think prices are just going to stay elevated a lot longer than people think. But it switches back to cash pay like mid Jan or mid like June 2025, like mid 2025. GPY past 150. Are we back in the Utah zone? Yeah, the leverage is ramping up today. Look at dollar. Don't slap the ask on Carvana Jan 2026 15Ps. They're 35 cents or less. Just set a low bid and wait. I wouldn't want a 15p. I'd want to capture more of the move than that. How can Skibidi Toilet influence my trading strategy? I don't know. You got that Sigma Riz? I'm not sure 2026 is going to be enough time. Ew, I hate this. So I'm struggling with 60 tools. Slightly higher high here. That's pretty bullish. Push back below VIX 19. Okay. That's really selling this is doing. Just some profit taking. Are we buying 75? Selling the 55 put. That's gross. Hmm. Alright. Do a little head and shoulder thing. I don't think so. Like, well, yes, there was one, but I don't think it's gonna amount to anything. Shit. Still too many buyers. Not enough aggressive, like, call selling here at this price either. If we push up further, like 75, we might start to see some, like, stronger call selling. But here, there's not a lot. There's also not a lot of put selling, which kind of sucks. Check out the den on M2. Raise rates did nothing. Inflation's about to come back fast. Was M2 out for today? I believe inflation's coming back fast. I've been saying that for a while, but what did I see M2? Did they change M2 on Fred? Oh. Velocity doesn't move up with that. It's gonna get ugly. Assuming we close out above 50 Friday for the Bulls. Friday might just be for the Bulls anyway. Above 50 will help with charm, though. Like, the impact of charm will be greater going into tomorrow's expiration. We have the AM, but the AM contracts fall off tomorrow morning. I don't know how big they are. Not a lot of delta there. Shitload of delta fell off on the dump the day before yesterday. It didn't really come back last night. So we'll have to see if any of that delta builds back up today. It might be. On this move higher. If this pushes up above like 75 into close, tomorrow might actually be like a little choppy to bearish into end of day. Did a fucking fire alarm? Our game to buy a call here. Why the consolidation's still bullish? I mean, even if it's gonna dump, they're gonna try to save their positioning on the back end of the distribution, right? One sec. Now do we get short puts at 55? I don't want the bot calls to sell off there. Bear trap? Very weird pullback to view up. 5805. How are you not playing CME event contracts? I can't find them anywhere. Was the fill it opened at 80 due to profit taking? Profit taking and Delta was really thin to the upside of 58.50. So both profit taking and just like a big lack of support. Hood's getting SIBO contracts. Should be a shit show now. I thought they were getting CME. Can you not trade SPX on Hood? No? God, what a shit broker. Okay. I don't want this to bleed off anymore. Failed at 62, but why? Just profit taking again? Fucking NQ's a bag of shit. Gap filled. Gamma's flat here. Negative under 55. Pushed back up to positive gamma. brief test. Let's see if bulls run with us or fail again. Not a lot of volume on the bounce on NQ. ES looks a little bit better though. Oh, that's not ES. I was 59.13.50. There's a gap at 58.65. ES is looking for support here at 5,900. Looks like it found a decent amount. NQ needs to break back above 2,500. I have no idea, but it's like the fourth time I've heard the smoke alarm in the last like 20 minutes. Gherkin, buy puts so the market goes down, but I don't want it to go down. You ever directionally play NQ calls or puts? Like options on futures? Sometimes I'll carry some as like a hedge for something, but otherwise not very often. I like this push into sold puts at 50 and 55. I'm starting to get some more sold puts out at what was that, 75? 865. Oil has to be getting the shit shorted out of it. Yeah, because all the CTAs almost got squeezed. These motherfuckers are selling in the money bull puts every day. Some of those spreads are pretty like low risk, high reward.
V put their pickle in my jar. Hi, hope you are well. I've been taking a little break from the market. Could you please take a minute to talk about the US dollar versus euro valuation? Do you think the euro is going to get stronger in the next -2 months?
Valuation.
I'm
Do you think
looking
the
to
euro is going to
exchange
get
euro
stronger in
for
the next
dollar
2
for the
months? I'm
best
looking to
possible rate.
exchange euro
Thanks,
for the
3.
dollar for best possible rate. I don't. I think the dollar is going to keep climbing. And I'm moderately sure that Powell's not going to, like, well, the Fed isn't going to probably cut again this year. They might, but I think it's unlikely. And if they don't, dollar is going to go to like 105, 106. Was that loud? Sorry. I'll try to turn it down somehow. How high can this push? The next important resistance is 75. If we clear 70, I guess technically it could get all the way up to 85 into end of day, but it's probably still way too early for that. TTS was fine, but it was the same time as you reading. Oh. Yeah, I'm not really sure that Powell's gonna cut again this year, right? After seasonal adjustments, inflation's not gonna look so hot. Well, cool, I should say. Um, and I think that'll push the Euro Fed spread further apart and push the dollar higher. I mean, right now we're kind of in a cycle of, falling bond values, right? Rising yields and rising dollar. And that's being levered up pretty hard as far as like spread leverage goes. And so, I mean, even if they did cut rates 0.25, I'm not sure the impact would be that significant. And if the Fed doesn't cut rates, the euro's probably going to tank, right? Because Fed fund futures are still pricing in like another rate cut by end of year. And if that gets pulled back, ouch. I don't even think I can make myself as loud as the ads. I've tried for 3 years to make this microphone louder than it is. And if I put on like a compressor, or is it the compressor? I forget which one it is. God damn it. There's one I can turn on that, like, yeah, if I turn this on, like, I start to get really loud, right? But what'll happen is, after like 20 minutes or so, there's a lag between the audio and video. Get a hardware compressor, a thing I just learned about from C-Mill. Oh, you guys use those when you're sexting at night? I just want Kamala to stop screaming at me every 5 minutes when don't work for her. No downside gap fill. Just moon it. Don't compressor shame us. I just like don't want to wait out the downside gap fill. It'll be longer than I want. I should have sold these calls earlier. I just forgot I had them. Shitty. Nah, we could still retest. Maybe we go higher on this bounce. Push up to 76. Maybe the bulls will just gun for Gamma Max. There's no data tomorrow, right? Or like nothing important. Mm. Building permits are priced in, right? We have zero expectations. Actually, there's a solid chance that building permits fall off a cliff. I wonder I wonder if construction interest picked up on the idea of Fed rate cuts, or just the promise of them. Oh, that's right. Japan inflation is tonight. Also, a lot of Chinese data. Not out of the woods yet. Recommended a hardware compressor and mic pre like 2 years ago. Nobody listens to me. Now hold on, Willie. I listened to you. I just didn't do any of those things. Imagine speculating on what the Fed does instead of waiting on the data for the data they depend on. Well, we have a lot of that data already. At least for the November meeting. You think the market will react to a hot inflation print in Japan? If their headline or core are above 3%, maybe. Will there be a Gamma Strike release party? Yeah. Will there be baby oil available? Mm-hmm. I think the important question that you're not asking is, will you be invited? And the answer is no. I don't know what happened to Kendra. He was back and then he was gone. He just flits in and out of my life. Will the party be at the New Jersey Quant Dungeon? It's in Brooklyn. Sometimes I wonder if Kendra is Popcorn Trader's alternate personality. Baby oil at the release party? I'll be busy that night. What I don't know is when it is. Still busy. Busy every night in perpetuity. It's not as bad as it sounds, Atomic. We're just gonna slather Dork in baby oil and watch him try to code. I thought we were all Popcorn Traders alternate personalities. This whole stream is just you talking to different versions of Popcorn, which would align with his thesis that I'm just stuck in purgatory. Gherkin, invite me. I make a mean buffalo chicken dip, and I'll add the stuff you like. What what is buffalo chicken? You know what? Never mind. What's the first thing you want your Tesla robot to do? Clean the grout and the tiles in my kitchen. It's just butter, hot sauce, and chicken. Shredded chicken? You know they're operated by people, right? Yeah. But I like the layer of disassociation. Wishful thinking, they're clearly made to give handies, and that's it. Listen, I will never stick my dick in a Tesla product. Never. One cleaner can connect to multiple mini robots. No travel time, no COVID risk. Oh, there you go. Oh, goody. We filled the gap. That's exactly what I didn't want to do. Almost filled the gap. We're failing to fill the gap is bullish here. I need that. I don't need this. Oh, maybe I do. Let's see. Cool if we could get some more sold puts here. Maybe we shook off enough short calls now. The path up to like 70, 75 is getting a little smoother. We got more short puts at 75 and 80. They're still trying to save their calls before end of week. Those bot calls up at like 85 are still trapped there. Bullish positioning is still wildly uncertain. Like, they're not selling a lot of puts, shockingly. Maybe they're just waiting for it to be later in the day. Do we typically trade relatively flat during lunch hours? I've been paper trading 20-point wide flies lately, and they've been printing after an hour or so. Is this sustainable? I think that the assumption that we trade flat intraday is not a good one to make. So no. I think right now, because there's a concerted effort to crush realized vol, that it's successful. But outside of that environment, yeah. What was that? Someone selling more sold puts. It's what I've been waiting for. The bullish pumpies, or bumpies, if you will. Haha, I like when you do that. Do what? Little bullish rumpy pumpies. Mm. Hopefully they don't just fail and we keep pushing up, though. I don't know why this 65 level is so tricky. I mean, I guess there's just not a lot of positioning at 65 at all. Maybe it's kind of just hard to push through to the positive gamma at 85 or 75. What was this contract worth this morning? $20. Let's do that again. Bulls are still selling the 75. It's worth 13. Higher low here is probably a good thing. I want to hold above 63. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to pressure the 65 level. Fuck, I must have eaten something not great. What do you want, bumpies? Because it's the only way the bullishness stops is we have to exhaust it all. And the only way to do that is to go push up into fucking gamma max again. Otherwise, bulls are going to keep buying every fucking dip. So if you want the market to go down, you need it to go up first. Also, I mean, every condition required for bulls to pump the fuck out of everything is going in the right direction. So why be bearish right now? Long term, still bearish. I mean, I still think the economy's fucked. Short term, bullish cycle. Right, rates are moving up. Leverage is improving. Dispersion's picking up. All of the things that drive indexes 10% higher are there. No 5,800 test tomorrow. Not with strong retail sales. And no one gives a shit about manufacturing right now. I mean, I don't think this cycle of like positive rate improvement is going to stop until the Fed's hand is forced. So either inflation has to spike or unemployment. And as long as both of those remain moderately stable, I think, you know, and inflation remains slightly hotter, then the Fed can't really cut anymore, right? They've kind of maxed out their capacity to cut rates at that point. Oh, gross. We lost 63. There's a lot of profit taking on the Friday contracts here, which were abandoned the other day. We also got that this morning at open. But we are getting new bullish positioning that's coming in, so it's kind of we're just kind of getting a lot of repositioning. So there are bulls moving in out of the money, but there are also bulls that are taking profits because they got fucking stuck here when we dumped. Just so you understand the price action a little bit better. You know, I think everyone's well aware of the bearishness, but it's easy to ignore as long as conditions remain stable. The government's going to keep pumping money into NGDP. So, I mean, the bond market's bearish, right? They're pushing long vol up and keeping it pretty elevated for a couple months now. So I don't think anyone's deluded or they think that, conditions are better than they are. I think you just keep buying until something breaks. Keep shorting oil, keep buying equities because they have to. I mean, how else are they going to bleed off their balance sheets? If they don't get like a 10% return on equities every other quarter, their balance sheets are going to go underwater again. Because they have to offset the 10% drop in bonds every quarter. Banks breaking is not back on the table until the 10 year is above 4.5. But like the cycles between tightening financial conditions and easing financial conditions are getting shorter and shorter, and more volatility is building up in the trades. Which is, a natural product of the increased variance over time. Just even if Trump wins, that doesn't mean his stupid tariffs are getting approved. What do you believe campaign promises all of a sudden? They can do them for like a certain amount of time via executive order. Your audio equipment seems quieter than I remember. I'm not talking very loudly. There. That'll be better. Let's go to 5870 already. Yeah, it'd be cool. Probably take some more time, though. We need another break up that puts pressure on the short calls. Starting to get more sold puts at 75. We're starting to build some more significant support at 60, like the 60 sold put, 60 and 55. That's what matters. The 50 still isn't being sold very heavily though, which is odd. But one more big round of put selling will probably give us the momentum to push higher. I'm hard of hearing, so it's whatever. I appreciate the adjustment though. Yeah. I think I've always been quiet because the settings have always been the same. Why don't you hire a boom mic operator and he can sleep under the desk in the hammock? Ooh. I've always wanted to use the hammock for something. One DTE 5900 5905 bear call at the 7075 test. Gamma Max is right around there. What for like one DTE? Maybe. I don't really know if it's worth it. That's going to be kind of far out of the money on a 75 test. They have to maintain a higher than normal rate until banks can roll off. Yeah, but they also have to alternate their stance from dovish to hawkish over and over and over again to allow yields to climb and equities to fall. So in equity, banks can pull money out of equities, buy into bonds, right? And then yields fall, then they can roll off the bonds and their duration risk and then buy back into equities at the bottom and rinse and repeat. And they need to do that over and over again until they're, $6.4 trillion and duration risk is rolled off. Your audio is always significantly quieter than other podcasts and the YouTube commercials. When a commercial comes on, it blows up my ears. So if I can put on a compressor and I'll be a lot louder, but my voice will lag the video. Like it creates lag that gets worse and worse as the day progresses. Yeah, I'll do it. I don't give a shit. If you guys want me to. There. Because I only have a software compressor. I'd have to buy a hardware compressor, which I just don't have the capacity to think about after the stream ends. It's not the money. It's just that, like, I'm not going to remember to do it. Ever. Like, the second the stream ends, I completely forget about you guys complaining. I don't... How the fuck do you caption the stream? Do you have to, like... You have to, like, pay a service or something? Discord audio is way better for anyone who has trouble with stream audio. Yeah, it is. On some streams, live captions are available. Huh. We haven't been talking about an air compressor? No. Don't do it. You're gonna become a professional YouTuber. If I buy a hardware compressor. I'm not hiring a sign language person for my streams. How dare you, Dave? There's nothing professional about this stream. Ah, oh, fuck off. Is there a new trend here? A little bit. But we broke it. Lame. Oh, just sell more puts. Stop being little bitches. There we go. The only reason we ever have pullbacks is because bulls just want to sell puts for more money. If they just sold puts at the fucking bid. Straight up. $60, $65 until we all die of boredom? Probably. And then like 85 in the last 5 seconds of the day. I'm starting to feel dumb. For every leap put I got. Was VIX 3-month above or below 16 when you bought them? Way below? No, it wasn't. When did you buy them? Electric vehicle maker Rivian is getting into the Halloween spirit this year with an over-the-air OTA update that delivers special modes, lighting and themes that make the R1 SUV or R1T. Do I buy puts on Rivian? Have you ever seen the amount of RGB in a gamer's, on like the standard gamer's desk? Never underestimate the power of glowing lights. We're simple animals. July? Why didn't you fucking close them when you were up like fucking 1,000%? Or were they like at the money? And what do you want to do? You want to invest? I don't know your age or any of that. Are you trying to like invest in like something for income, something for growth? The 20-year treasuries at like fucking almost 4.5%. That's historically hard to beat. 5%'s even better. if you want to invest in growth, I mean, you're going to need to do research into individual equities, sectors, performance, PEs, comparables. Are they really not going to test 70? We're just chopping here because they don't want to sell puts at 62. They only want to sell them at 58 or 55. Which is super boring. Hmm. I don't like that. That still looks kind of bullish. That does not. I might get a little pullback here. Momentum's starting to break down. Again. Whoa, what's that? Where does oil down today? 40 points? That's not too bad. Okay. 1 second, I'll be right back. Mm. Hmm. Five. And Q's still holding on to support. Yes, looks okay, but no bounce. Downside momentum's picking up a tiny bit. So they're gonna need to reverse that. Well, let's see. Still not selling enough puts. I don't like that. There's a decent amount of puts sold at 60. I mean, it's definitely supportive, but what's weird about it is they don't seem to be selling the 55 very much, or the 50. It's like it's odd that they're not selling the further out of. Usually they sell the further out of the money put in greater quantities. I want my indexes to thrive when I'm holding calls. I mean, make no mistake, the bulls are definitely trying to get this higher. They're just not trying very hard. And they've got to contend with the people taking profits, so it's not going to be easy. I mean, ultimately, I think they'll win out, which is why I'm staying long, but definitely a tough level, right? We're gonna have to keep testing those bot calls for Friday that are to the upside because they keep taking profits. Well, we had all that. It's not just that they're like it's not trying, right? It's just like up here. You have a bunch of calls from Monday for Friday, so for tomorrow. And those all got abandoned, right? We got a lower high yesterday. We didn't get a higher high till this morning. And so, we've tested those like 3 times and they've sold off every time. So, as that old positioning breaks down, new positioning is coming in that's bullish, right? But I mean, we're going to continue to consolidate till the weight of the newer positioning coming in outweighs the older positioning that's taking profits. And so that's kind of what we're experiencing here. But remember that gamma on the 0DT will outweigh the gamma on the longer dated contracts, especially as we move towards the end of the day. Any thoughts on Netflix earnings tonight? Anticipated, expected to be better. I don't really know if they will be or not, but there's definitely a lot of anticipation surrounding it. It's also like the first big tech company earnings, like wow, tech services, right? Earnings. I know EPS is projected higher, but fell last quarter a little bit. I don't know what the revenue outlook is. 9.7 billion. Last quarter was reported 9.5. Should be buying 5875C for next week. I wouldn't want to be long the 75C now into next week. But if we pulled back to like 5830 or 25, I might long it for like with theta. I'm not saying it won't print. I'm just saying you can probably get it for cheaper. There hasn't been like a lot of news out of Netflix lately. I mean, I guess like their like ad revenue supported subscriber levels have been doing a lot better. If there's continued growth there, the market will like it. Will that pullback occur between now and end of day Friday? Not necessarily. But after OPEC's expiration, you usually have a lot of like gamma and delta that are falling off the chain, right? And that opens up bigger price moves, and the delta falling off to the downside, especially because all of the delta currently on the chain is in the money, isn't always bullish, right? So that can lead to like a pullback like Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. That's pretty frequent occurrence following OPEX. This one isn't huge. This isn't like a huge quarterly OPEX or anything, but gamma's like delta is barely positive. Like net dealer adjusted delta is fucking super low. It was like, I think it was like positive like a few billion, and $1 trillion of it fell off on Tuesday, which is a lot. So that was a lot of profit taking. So, that money either needs to come back in and reposition, or it's going somewhere else. My calls are happy again. Yep. A little bit more aggressive vol shorting here. Maybe we've finally shaken out the profit takers. We'll find out here in a minute, though. A higher bounce on that like expanding wedge is a little bit bullish. I don't like leaving a gap here at 63 though. Futures volume didn't pick up much. Futures probably needs to get above like 59.15 to move. I don't know if we got a new high today on ES, but I think we did. Yeah, we did. $59.27.25. Hmm. Gamma at 65 still pretty flat. Why do I need to get a 4K webcam? Gamma's a little less flat at 65 now than it was, though. We didn't back up and fill the gap. That's cool. Didn't break higher either, though. Can you bask in your glory when you take off your shirt, if you really want to? So we can better see the color of your shirt. Hmm. You need a Newman mic? No, I don't. Any updates on AQN? No. It shouldn't be doing very well right now, but I haven't looked at it in a few days. Rising rates are bad for it. Falling rates are good. Well, same as the rest of the utility sector. Yeah, it's kind of dumping with the rate move. I have a buy order open on it for 480. That'd be fucking awesome. Wells Fargo downgraded them from $6 a share to 550 yesterday, looks like. Hmm. AQN will probably be a couple years before it makes any bigger moves. But I think they're doing the right things. They got rid of their renewable stuff. They kept their water treatment stuff, which I'm a big fan of. Fuck Wells Fargo? What? What? Get a Newman mic preamp, compressor preamp, and make sure the volume is low so people become frustrated. Just really clear but very low volume. I mean, I actually love that. AQN I'd my entire 401k. Thanks. Thanks for writing that in English for me. Oh, so you have money, you son of a bitch. I have not disposable income. I don't know what that means. Hmm. I think we're about to break out. I fucking hope so. It's taken long enough. Do you have an end of week prediction? I can't handle the Sunday nerdery. How dare you? If you want any predictions for end of week, you have to. You have to join in. Wait, hold on. We got a slightly higher high before everything dumped again. Perfect. The gap was filled. Mm. Vic's not at 19 yet. Fuck Tua, SPX. You think Chewy can hit 35 this week? The price action looks very bullish, like squeezy. I feel like you asked me this last week too. It's weird that you're ignoring my win down question. I wasn't. Chewy's got some room to move up to like, yeah, maybe 35. I don't know. There's a big sold call wall at 30, but there's some longer dated calls out to like 30 to 50-ish. Looks like there's some sold puts 27 to 29. That doesn't look too bad. Eric, you know anything about the real estate market? Some of us have been preaching about a bubble for going on 2 years. Any opinions? I mean, are you asking if there's a bubble in the real estate market? Yeah, there is. It's pretty obvious. I didn't think it was like a mystery or anything. Houses are, being bought and appraised at values far exceeding any historical price increase. What do you think it would take to pop it? Defaults? So unemployment up, which we'll probably get eventually. At least in the short term. In the long term, boomers dying. Rate cuts not leading to mortgages dropping is already hurting home valuations. I'd imagine that'll get worse. Hmm. All the finfluencers said rate cut equals refinance time, but rates are higher than they were before they were cut. Is that why O is at risk? I mean, there's a number of reasons, but that's one of them. I should just rent for the rest of my life and forget about being a homeowner. You can get some pretty sweet deals in North Carolina right now, Florida. You could still insure homes in North Carolina. Florida now. Yeah, you're gonna run into. I mean, you can. It's just the flood insurance is extraordinarily expensive. It's not that there's no insurance available. It's just the cost is too prohibitive for most people. A few insurers have basically pulled out of Florida entirely. I mean, there's smaller insurance companies and stuff that are willing to take the risk, and flood insurance is subsidized by the government. Just live on like one of the 4 hills in the state, and you're good to go. Kenny's Mansion's just gonna have its own seawalls. You ever see them build a pylon for a bridge? That's what Kenny's Mansion's gonna look like. Slippery. It's fun. 58.98 test. Vol didn't spike very hard on that, so not too many short puts moving in the money. Gamma's back to flat. We're starting to get more sold at 55. $50. 50's bot calls. That's some short puts in the money. Jesus fucking Christ. If this loses 48, we're going to 40 or 35. Peak gamma. 2 p.m. margin calls. No, we just slipped. We'll slip the support. We'll probably climb back to it. Bulls will sell puts now more aggressively. They just did at 40 and 45, and they're finally selling some at 50. Woo. Now they might get squeezed out of the puts they're selling, in which case this whole thing is fucked. But they might not. Okay. There's that gap at 48 still from earlier. And the opening gap at 43. That was unfortunate. Glad I didn't sell any puts. Me too. But I did have calls, which kind of fucking sucks. Well, I got stopped out of some of them, fortunately. Oh, that's annoying. There's the gap. That's not good. Call prices aren't dropping anymore. VIX 1930. VIX back to 1950. If we lose what? Mm-hmm. 46, 2 o'clock. Walk back. It's gonna call and come back to the bulls, proving useless as always. If it's any consolation, they're trying to sell the 55 and 60 put finally, which is really nice. Tell them to stop. They didn't want to sell it out of the money, but they seem to be very willing to sell it in the money. It feels too early for this. What? V time? Maybe. But if we get back above 52, things are going to get spicy to the upside. Does over leveraging equal boredom? Mostly, yeah. I mean, they're like fucking 40-cent calls. I don't give a shit. What am I gonna lose? $500? But if we push back up to like 65, I'll make a lot. It's like 5 whole ports. That's a problem. If you think that's 5 ports, we need to get you a second job. It's everything I have. Don't copy my plays. That's stupid. I can lose money if you can't. Maybe. Maybe you can. I don't know. I'm sure it varies among. That's one Big Mac these days. You're not wrong. Unfortunately. Hmm. But those 2 out of 10 plays that hit usually hit pretty big. I mean, that's the point, right? Is that you're risking 100% of capital for outsized returns. So even if it is like a 10 or 20% chance, the money you make on one of them is significantly greater than the money you lose on the other 9. And this one has a risk reward profile that I kind of like. So yeah, it's got a little higher low. We just need some volume. We're getting a little bit. Also, gamma goes positive if we break 52 and we can fill back in the entire length of the drop that we had previously. They're still selling puts. And there's bot calls at 58.50. I think yes and no contracts on the election are a more valuable source of information than pulling companies, probably. Would a zero DTE straddle be a good idea here? Potentially, yes. Vol's pretty high for straddles. I think it's expensive. Well, it's actually not that bad. $13. Yeah, it's not terrible. I don't think this is a good price for us to close at. Yeah, I might get a double bottom here. Might not. Might fail. A small chance of failure. Which would mean pull down to like 40. That would be kind of ugly. That puts us pretty deeply into the negative gamma if we do. And the 40 sold puts, there are quite a lot of them, so vol will bump. Vol will bump a little bit. %2. We're gonna fail. I bought calls. Awesome. Hmm. What's it mean that to the tick, CL bottom marked the SPX top? It's a bit awkward. I mean, oil volatility has a pretty big effect on index vol. Usually pretty highly correlated. Oil vol, bond vol, gold vol. Don't forget gold vol. Where does it fail to 40? We might already be on track for that. Fill the gap. I mean, we're already here. I don't see why not. It should be a double test of 58.85 on ES. I like a V to 60. I like a V to 85. Fine, 75. $70? No. 85. Yeah. That's where I want him to push it. Mm, Dirk said no Vs. What? How dare he? Is there a world where we drop to 5,800 today? It's very unlikely. We didn't even fill the opening gap. We're bouncing before it again, and slightly higher than our prior low. Weak bounce. That's not good. Hmm. Yeah, they're still selling puts. So getting not enough of them, but they're selling them. It's only 2:30 right now. All right, so if we can move up to like 50, 55, we dump 28 billion in negative gamma, or we climb 28 billion more positive. But right now, we need to get above 57 to get back to positive gamma. And then gamma continues to climb up to 65 after that. Kind of flattens out around 70, 75. That would mean they'd need to push vol probably back below 19. How's that looking? That doesn't look too bad. 15. That looks like shit. Hmm. What did we close at yesterday? It was like right here, right? Like 43 or some shit, 42. Thanks. Picked up the 6570C for 20 cents. Nice. Well, it'll either work or it won't. 45. Fill the gap. It's so close. I blame this on NQ shitting the bed for no reason. It still looks like people are just pulling bags out of NQ. Like every fucking chance they get. Isn't that a terrible sign for TQQQ at all? Yeah, or the people shedding their bags stop, and then all of the leverage that's being pumped into the dispersion trade comes to bear, and NQ rockets. And the fact that S&P is at all-time highs and NQ is still trailing by like 6% is kind of telling, right? Like, tech isn't overvalued, so when's that mattered? Tech's been overvalued for 2 years. In fact, actually, you know what? Most of 2022 tech was still overvalued. There was a brief period from like end of August of 2022 till middle of November 2022 where tech was maybe a little cheap. I know, that's where I went long the SPX and Amazon. It was awesome. My grandpa said tech has been overvalued since 2001. Well, I mean, it was overvalued in 2001. It was not overvalued from 2001 through 2012. No problem, Jen. I'll see you later. Sorry to hear that. Rings in my ears. What does? Why is it that when we in bullish stance we fail hard? Well, we weren't in a very bullish position, right? We're in ascending wedge. So it's bearish consolidation and it broke down. The bigger part of this failure, though, was just because, like, Gamma just fell off really hard after we failed support. Because there's not a lot of out of the money positioning, and bulls have been taking profits on everything for the last couple of weeks. So they're not leaving a lot of positioning open. There's not like durable bullish positioning on the chain. There's some at 50, but not a lot. Like not nearly as much as we would normally see in, one of these rallies. Usually there'll be like, fucking 50,000 sold puts at every like $50-$100 increment. And we just don't have that right now. There's very little gamma or delta to the upside. Gamma slightly improved this week, but not significantly. And delta to the upside is atrocious. So no one's buying any theta out of the money on the call side. But we're building up a little support, and all it takes is for us to move back above 52, and the gamma starts to move positive really fast. Right, so like that drop, as fast as it dropped, it can move right back to the upside again. Have these drops been enough to cover SLD? Maybe, yeah. This is kind of usually how the SLD period goes when we're like substantially above gamma neutral. We just like hit resistance and then we get sell-offs, right? And then margin requirements are met, and usually see the larger portion of the like bullish leverage come in following OPEX. Because I mean, this is the ideal opportunity, right? The MM's buying the drop, so you know you're able to dump positioning here really easily without changing the price too much. I find to struggle with getting 20% gains on contracts, but get break even stopped out over time as I hold them, even when enter at the right time. Am I being selfish? You could, I mean, it might be your entries. 20% should be fairly achievable on most contracts. So, I mean, usually it's a greed element. Like people are like, oh, fuck, I want way more than 20%, right? Because it's running. But it could just be your entries, which means you might need to either work on your entries or trim your profit taking back to like 15 or 10%. 10%'s a lot of churn though. I'm not a big fan of 10% take profits. It's not that it's bad. I mean, it's a little like the difference in risk is minimal over time. But you have to you have a lot more trade volume. Are you not getting 20% on positions, Mikey? I feel like you are. You get it 10% in seconds. Most spreads on Robinhood are that big. I mean, just don't use Robinhood. Because they fucking suck. They are selling the 50p. But we're not seeing the short vol scale up, right? That's why VIX isn't going down very quickly. They're not selling like a lot of theta on the short vol. They're just selling puts for yields on the intraday. Friday, like most days, is gonna be dependent on where we open, AJ. Saying it's for the Bulls or the Bears is retarded. That's the idea I struggle with. I have the baseline to get 20% on any given day, but find myself in greedy mode because my positioning is small and not huge gains. Yeah, but small, consistent gains will outweigh huge, intermittent gains almost every time. So it shouldn't be a struggle. Once you understand that, it becomes less of one. Do you have any juicy zero DTE thoughts for tomorrow? I'm thirsty for more. Last Friday was insane. MSTR was so busted. I don't know. I'll look. I've got some new data of ours that I need to test anyway, so maybe. Assume we open at 40. I assume they don't let things drop until their exposure falls off end of day tomorrow. Well, a lot of exposure is going to fall off, especially at 50 with the AM expiry. So I think they'd want to open higher than 40. 40 is not very stable. Or at least it wasn't last night. I mean, I don't think it's going to improve a lot. I hear an incredibly deriding Gherk voice every time I see 20% and negative 20%. Would you prefer to wait for negative 100? It's nice. What a 58.65 DT for 45 cents. Let's go. Nice. Boom, 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 boom. Ah. Let's do it. NQ 2600 by end of day. Make it happen, Captain. I also took profits on MU, so y'all safe for MOASS. Nice. That's almost power hour. $35 fucking bips. Ugh. Does charm over under 50 from this morning still matter? Yes. Yeah, decent support at 40, I guess. gamma neutral for SPX? Down in like the 5,700 range. I think weekly's at like 57.85 and monthly's at 57.30 or something like that. Hmm. It is trying to break up. Overall charm on the chain isn't negative, but we're just discussing zero GTEs. Hmm. 52. Still that weird flat gamma at 55. I guess it's slightly bullish now, but not very. This could be hard to break up above. I'm gonna need a lot more vol shorting to push higher. Gamma starts to turn positive very rapidly above 50, 58, 52, 58, 53. Are the jerkmate servers down for anyone else? I'm sorry to hear that you've run into that. That sounds really terrible. $35 bips is way too much, Gherkin. Maybe. Still haven't filled the fucking gap. It's kind of insane to me that it's just chilling there. All, like 40 cents of it. We haven't broken 52 yet. Closer, though. Where would the V be confirmed? Like 55. See, failed 52. I'm gonna need more put selling here. Starting to get more bullish positioning at 58, 55. Womp womp. Is it though? Eh, not great. Not a great rejection. Sold calls at sold puts at 40, 45 should start to push up on price now though. It's power hour, right? As long as they stay out of the money.
Wumpty Dumpy put their pickle in my jar. Wump 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 3.
Womp womp. Wompy Dompy? They say money can't buy happiness, but I just bought a laugh for $3. Yeah, you did. Well played. Bulls are a failure. Their parents should be embarrassed. Overvalued? What is? With the ECB cut, is JPOW forced to at least 0.25 BIP? No, he doesn't have to do shit. No, it will not, Bob. Sub 5,900 is bullshit. This is the worst double bottom bounce ever. Seems like it's been ages since we've gotten rock hard power dongers into close. I know, right? It's been like 2 days. Yesterday we got one. Yesterday was pretty bullish into close. Monday was ridiculous. But yeah, the other 2 days kind of shitty. We reached the time of the trading day where Gherkin insults the bulls. Yeah, we have. Play morning gap fill is a winning strategy if plus 50 bips overnight. Yeah, it can be. Come on, we need more gamma at 55. What the fuck? It's so evenly split between sold puts and calls. Dog shit. Where are the green tongues when they need them? They're above 50. 53.42. Actually, you know what? They're probably just right here. 52.66. Hmm. Choppy bullshit. No data for tomorrow. No. Not really. I don't think. Well, we have data tonight that's really important. I guess we have building permits tomorrow. It might have some effect on the dollar. Probably not a positive one, though. I don't think building permits are going to do very well. Why is my job preventing me to lose even more money? I don't know. Yeah, if this pulls back to 47, that's really gonna suck. We left a gap this time. 5108. Why not just short vol more aggressively? Hmm. Still no volume. What's up, Turd? Who's JPY so fun right now? Mm. This fucking sucks. I hate this chop. I'm not muted. If Japan inflation is hot, does JPY dump more? Probably. Actually, no. It'll probably reverse. Hot. Over 3%. I would say gold profits, but price discovery? Wait, what do you mean? Correlation still peeling back. Yeah, they're trying to pump it. Where are the AI generated green peaners and we need more? I know. Where's the bullish announcement? Why isn't anybody having a conference about AI? I've reloaded everything. He's definitely muted on Discord. I'm not at all. I'm definitely not muted on Discord. Who can hear me on Discord? You have any MU positions left? Yeah. Thinking if it would go up more with so much gamma and delta on the chain at 115. That's what I would like it to do. Ideally. My Discord went out, but I can hear you now. Okay. I didn't deafen Discord. Alright. The bear flag failed. Support at 45. Last shot, bulls. Let's do it. Rick muted himself a few hours ago and it never came back. Just, I mean, it's working right now. Like, there's like 50 people in there and all of them can hear me, but you. You see where I'm going with this? Gurk, what happening? This is bearish. Yeah, because we're not getting support. Hey, we filled the gap. Nope, we didn't. I lied. We filled some of the gap. Where the fuck's the bottom of that thing? $58, $42, $47. 42. Mm. If we bounce here, I quit. Why? Back in my day, bulls would fill the gap and then 5,900 end of day. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the dynamics are a little different now. Volatility is a lot higher than it was back in like March and stuff. Scarier to sell puts. Also, there's not been any call buyers for like months. Like nobody's buying calls every day. It's just put selling. Anything happening tomorrow that could drive the price up or down? We have some housing data in the morning that might have some dollar impact. I don't know if it'll have a lot, but it'll have some. Ooh, fancy. butthole. Negative charm. Lame. Could it take us all the way to 40? No, we'll probably close above 40. Seems very unlikely that we would lose that. It's a pretty huge support. I was expecting pumpies, and then bulls just didn't do shit for like an hour. Low T bulls. It just stuck, right? We fell under the supportive charm. We can't get enough of a pump going to get us out from under it. Boring, mostly. we have support at 40, so we're probably not gonna move below that. That's like where the majority of the sold puts are. Um, they've sold plenty at 45 and 50 too, so closing higher shouldn't be impossible. And 55 and 60, actually. They've sold a shitload of puts out, like, in the money. The negative gamma here is intense, though. Like, negative 78 billion. Jesus fucking Christ. The Bulls just need their tip stroke to release their liquidity. That sounds like a dangerous game. What price level does Nvidia need to fail 135? I mean, under 134 should be enough. They have like dollar strikes, right? Yeah, I mean, this is a failure of 140 already. This just hasn't failed 137.50, I think. Probably on the weekly, 137. Looks like there's like 28,000 calls there. Not very many though. 138 was supportive. Yeah, I would say that 138 hasn't really failed yet. It's got quite a lot of open interest. So maybe like under like testing 135 would be a failure of 138, which is what I think this is clinging to. Bullshit. Look. Ugh. $347. Hmm. Do I straddle here for tomorrow? 40. Maybe I'll just do a strangle to like 45, 40. What's the pricing on that? Friday. So it's like a 70-point move and a 50-point move. 7,200 a leg. I don't hate it. So break even's gonna be like 58.69, 58.02 by end of day tomorrow. Market open tomorrow. $58.65, 58.07. Well, fucking put sucks. Spend the $200 more and just get the fucking straddle. 69.13. Okay, that's a little bit better. I can't believe they actually did what they thought they would do at the beginning of the day. It just took a wild route to get there. Yeah, it kind of went all over the place. Oh my god, it's Retod. I see you, Retod. I see you lurking there in the Discord. What's crazy is they're really trying to push correlation right now, and they're getting fuck all out of it. NQ looks like dog shit. Why did you buy calls? You fucking ruined it for everybody, you son of a bitch. $65C. I was the resistance. I hate you. Were there even bears or just some continued selling off? It was like profit taking, and then we lost support. And then we just dumped. Well, that's all that like really happened here. Bulls have tried to recover a few times and failed epically. This doesn't look good for Todd. But VIX is still under 19. Todd's winning the day. What did VIX open at? It was like up at like 1960 to 66, down 3%. Todd can't overcome Nvidia. It's his kryptonite. Nvidia keeps just selling off. It's still up from yesterday, but it looks like it's going to fill that gap. Nvidia is going to fuck us into close. Let's see, closing under 58.40. Oh my god, are we going to close perfectly at the expected level of 58.32? I could sell the butterfly right now. Ooh. I'm not playing CME $10 event contracts. There's no way you can size appropriately in that market. It's like you and like two other degens on Wall Street bets. Like 10,000 of them? That sounds terrible. Hmm. I mean, the gap's filled. We did that part. Just took all fucking day. Should we be buying contracts for tomorrow? Nope, not AM. SLD is back. I've only got 4 minutes left. Give me the goodies. Okay, I want this contract, but I want to pay as little as possible for it. We're gonna hold 40. Nice. Selling the 50. We're selling the 50 and the 75 put for tomorrow. There's bot calls at 58.70. Bot puts at 45. Ooh, the bot puts at 45 are pushing down on the price. I don't like those. Probably close today. Maybe closer to 45. Nvidia gonna bounce on the gap. Meta's up. Microsoft's barely up. Microsoft still looks like a steaming pile of poop. Does anybody have earnings tonight? Like anyone important? Netflix? Dangerous. Okay, hold on. I might not keep this fucking thing. fun. Yeah, I don't want to hold that into Netflix earnings. It seems risky as fuck. 30 pump, 1 minute of VUPs. $30 pump, 1 minute of VUPs. Good question. What I do maybe want to do for tomorrow is straddle QQQ. Oh, well, I could still buy it. 91. It's expensive. Hold on 1 sec. Thanks, Kirk. GG Pickle Jar. $40 1 minute candle. We'll see what happens. Let's go look at Netflix. I assume that their earnings are out, right? How did all these Nvidia puts get in my account? Whoever did that is a silly goose. Hold on, there's gotta be, what's the EPS and stuff? Netflix added 5.07 million paid subscribers, surpassing estimates of 4.52 million. Company forecasts full year 2025 revenue between 43 and 44 billion, compared to the expected 43.4. Revenue is 19.82, 15% up year over year. EPS 540. Oh, Netflix, huge beat. Operating margin up 22.4% year over year. Operating income up 52% year over year. Free cash flow is up 16% year over year. Yeah, Netflix is killing it. Why it's not going up, I'm not sure. Maybe because they guided slightly down under estimates. How are there still people who don't have Netflix buying Netflix subscriptions? Because they're expanding internationally. Like they added the largest ad was 2.17 million users in Europe and 2.28 million users in Asia Pacific. which I assume is like Oceania. I put his dead? I don't know. They still guided down on their forward revenue, which isn't great. Like, wow, the low end of their forward estimates are now under what analyst estimates were at. But Latin America saw a decline in users. Not a lot, 70,000. They did raise their forecast for free cash flow and operating margin, though. So they'll probably get a bump, but maybe not a big one because of that little guide down. Costco is selling platinum bars now? No way. Down 22, up 40, and flat. I rage quit Netflix earlier this year. It's dangerous to play. It's not a fun stock to lose money on. No problem, Will Orphan Danny. All right, let's take a look at index. Index closed just fucking flat. A flat close, down 0.02. Uh, pretty fucking lame. Bulls weren't able to build any significant support at the 60 level. That ultimately failed. We pulled back to about 58.40, which was, the majority of the sold put position. For tomorrow, it looks like puts are pretty heavily sold to the up and downside. So the positioning on the chain, as of close at least, it'll change with the morning's data. It looks moderately bullish. I do think that there's a small possibility that a miss in permits and the housing data could pull the dollar down a bit, depending on how big of a miss it is. Obviously, seasonally, housing did really poorly. This is going to be the last report of like the summer season. Um, I don't expect it'll gain too much traction unless there was like a big push to home building due to the like expected Fed rate cuts. But I can't see the financing being desirable at the higher rates. So now rates are higher yet again, right? So um even at the low, like like when everybody was speculating on rates, they didn't really improve much. So it may be that there was some incentive to build, but nobody wanted to take on the financing. But we'll find out tomorrow. Anyway, tomorrow's expected range somewhere between like 58.5872 and 58.15. ES bounced up a little from close with a positive Netflix earnings. NQ had a slightly nicer bounce. Commodities kind of found a little bit of a bottom here. Oil ended up on the day. Copper down. Industrial metals don't look like they're performing that well. Agricultural commodities up, and precious metals up a little bit. Despite the rising dollar. Dollar performed excellently yet again, just fucking rocketing straight up. 103.79, broke through resistance. Probably will find support up here. And we also see, rates at the top end of the curve continuing to climb as the customer proves out strong and the risk of higher inflation increases. The bump in retail sales, while good for the economy, is also very bad for the forward outlook of inflation, right? So, yeah, pretty much rates up across the curve. Inversion, not too bad. There's still a fairly decent spread on the 210. Looks like it's 0.11 or 11.6% positive. Yeah, well, the pullback earlier wasn't too bad. Fed fund futures pricing in 90 points of cuts, so that's trimming very slowly, but a little bit. Um, correlation's just getting slammed, but the performance in NQ has been dog shit. Um, I I'm assuming if we keep seeing it go down, we'll finally get enough long vol in tech for it to actually pump really hard. But right now, I mean, even with the like short index vol, long vol on the underlying that's been going on now for like a week. I mean, price improvement is almost nil. Um, so I'm thinking that there's going to be a break point for the leverage there, and then we'll probably see QQQ move pretty hard. Forward yield on volatility still positive, but trimming down to 1.6. Leverage and the carry way up. Dollar up against the yen today, 40 points. Leverage now at like almost 7.6, which is the local high. Breakout there, we might see it start going back up to about 8.4 and near the all-time highs as yen continues to slip against the dollar. Tonight is Japanese inflation. That's going to be really important. If inflation is down, we're going to see the carry trade levered up more, and the yen continue to fall. And the yen is starting to fall to levels where the Bank of Japan said it wasn't going to again, right? So that might accelerate their monetary policy. If inflation is very hot, that will definitely accelerate their monetary policy. Anything over 3%, and they have to start raising rates in order to curb the increase in inflation. And they're super exposed to bumps in energy, and energy's been pretty volatile over the last couple of months, but not particularly high at any given point. So I don't think their inflation is going to be that bad, but their core inflation might be up. Bond vol's still pretty elevated, but it's moving inverse to correlation. Skew bumped again, so still kind of bullish there. No one's really taking any tail risk hedge. 71.71% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, and we're continuing to see correlation between VIX cash VIX break down, which is slightly bearish, although out on the weekly, nothing significant yet. So no huge short vol positioning, not like we had back here, right? But some, right? We're getting some. It's nearer dated. It's not really very significant. And I think volatility is going to just continue to remain sensitive. We'll probably be in like the 16 to 22 range on vol for some time. Anything looking spicy for October packs? I don't I don't like playing equities during earnings season. The big reason being there's a lot of sympathy moves. And the position you're taking can be easily affected by the earnings of another company, which makes equity, like individual equity trades during earnings season, kind of shitty. There are some trades that are worthwhile. Um like I've been selling vol on Apple into their earnings because they're kind of capped out and pretty close to Gamma Max. Um I think I have some like sold puts out on Amazon, but not too much. Like just selling vol, or trying to capture improvements in vol as we approach earnings. But it's kind of a little late for that. Most of that is already passed. Yeah, no problem. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope everybody has a good night. Later.